everyone. Welcome to TBRathon Sprints. It is lovely to see everybody. I see some of you saying good morning. Some of you, it is 11 p.m. Those of you in Australia, depending on which time zone you're in. But I hope everyone's having a great weekend, whether your Saturday just started or maybe you're kind of wrapping things up and getting excited for Sunday. I hope everyone's also having a good Easter weekend. I'm sure some people have plans, either with family, friends, other parts of their community, or they might just be taking advantage of the free weekend with shops being closed and stuff like that. I made the chat larger. I don't know if we like that because it doesn't really allow too many comments to be on screen at once. But it makes it easier for me to read it and for you all. So anyway, let me know. Feel free to provide a little bit of feedback. But yeah, hello friends. I see everybody greeting me, greeting each other. I see, Savin is reading The Tainted Cup. Oh my goodness. Oh, and Ren's reading Weaving Shaw. That's so interesting that you mentioned that title because my friend Danny Dabbles, she's reading it right now and she's enjoying it. So I hope you are. I also see that Fish is reading The Mad Wife. That was recommended to me not long ago, I think by Servasha, and I've been meaning to read it, but I haven't gotten to it yet. Hello, Kimberly, all the way from Germany. I hope that you're having a good day so far. Oh my gosh, Annika, you are reading Molka. So I ended up liking that. What was it? The Eyes Are the Best Part. That was Monica Kim's debut novel, I believe. I ended up reading that not last fall, but the fall before, and I really enjoyed it. And so I've been meaning to try her other title. Annette, hello. 3 p.m. in Germany. Oh my gosh, you're going to be in Utrecht. I love that little village city. I call it a village just because it's smaller than obviously larger cities in the Netherlands. It's a city. It's got a university. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. I hope, oh my gosh, I'm so jealous of you. That was one of my favorite places to visit when I had just a day to myself. So, oh my gosh, Annette, I'm very jealous. I don't know if it's your first time or if this is just a return visit, but that sounds lovely. Oh, I see the Thursday Murder Club is in the chat as well. Louisina's working on the Seven Dials mystery. I plan on starting that book, if not today, tomorrow, because I still haven't started it, but I need to finish Brat Farrer first, and I might finish it during these sprints. I don't know. I will say I like this cover better. Have you ever had that where you're like, I have the ugly version? The story is great. The story is great within, but this cover is honest. It is awful. I feel like I'm getting a little bit of Uncanny Valley, if I'm being honest with it, with the faces. It's gonna get blurry. You guys won't be able to see it very much if I can maneuver the camera. But it's weirding me out. Every time I look at it, I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm loving the book though, but I definitely have a preference for other editions that look a lot nicer. Oh, Anna made Easter bread this afternoon. Awesome. And you're reading Mockingjay. Amazing. Colleen has got The Mad Wife to read sometime this month too. I'm sure, you know what? It's probably a really good book club read. I'm sure quite a few people are either going to be reading it for a book club or they already have. So it tracks. It's also a very topical subject, I think. Wilder Girls, awesome. Midnight Taxi. Sam, you're going to have to let me know what you think of that because I've been eyeing it. It's midnight in my part of Australia. Oh my gosh, Harry. I'm glad that we can have you reading into the night, but everyone feel free to go to bed because I know that it's quite late for half of the world for sure. Oh, and I see people saying another Aussie, so cool. Very exciting. Finished my last Poirot book this morning. Oh my gosh. So you've read the entire canon of Poirot. That is crazy. I know, Anna. Utrecht. As soon as I said village, I was like, that is a travesty. I should not have said that because it's obviously not. It is a city. And it's a city that is larger than many other cities, but the quaint streets and stuff, I'm like, I said it in the most endearing way, even though it is essentially an insult. I very much recognize that. It's so funny. Well, it's also because I think when I was living in Groningen, I was like, it's just comparing that. And then Antwerp. I think I've lived in much larger cities that are Dutch speaking is what my comparison is. And so that a silly mistake that I will not make again, I promise. Hello, Ellen. I see that you're in the chat. I also see that Deborah is here. Woke up to a stormy morning, and you're reading The Ferryman and his wife. Ooh, that kind of feels perfect. I'm sure there's like storms in that book, I would imagine, possibly not. Oh my gosh, and you're going to be reading the Fisherman. Pete, that's so weird. After reading after the Ferryman, you mentioned the Fisherman. I feel like we have like a nautical theme going on for some reason. Very, very strange. I also see Michaela's here. I see that Mindy is here. Hello. Let's see here. Abby tackling Ice Fire Peaks. Oh yeah, let me know, friends, what you guys are going to be trying to tackle, whether it's for TBRathon or not. If you're doing TBRathon, I'd love to see what location you're at or which activity you're trying to accomplish. For me, I'm going to be focusing on Bratfarer because I'm trying to accomplish my Austin Abbey location. I'm only going to get the Rose Badge, and I'm perfectly fine with that. And it's a book that I've been meaning to read for quite some time, so that works. Hello, Jess. How are you? Sprint hopping between here and Brittany's Patreon sprints. She and I swear we have the same schedule because whether it's private sprints or public, we are literally always free on Saturdays, and so it does not surprise me that she's also sprinting. Be sure to say hi to her for me. Hello, Michael. Happy sprinting to you too. You're reading Rebecca. Ooh, another classic. That one I was a little bit nervous reading. I don't know why, but I actually really enjoyed it. For those who want a suspense narrative, I think it's really palatable for being a classic too. It wasn't written that long ago compared to classics. But yeah, I hope you're liking it, Michael. I like the perspective. I thought it was really interesting. Hello, Temmie. Hi, Louise. I hope you all are having a good day. Let's see here. Ellen's reading Woodworking or She's a Lamb. Woodworking has been on and off my TBR just because I think it's an important book, but I don't know if I'm someone who reads just like general fiction anymore and like contemporary literary fic. So that is the main reason why I haven't actually picked it up. That cover is hilarious. I know. Yeah, it definitely is of a certain era. And I love that you said it's giving hardcore 80s vibes. It says on the back, the cover illustrations from 1988. So yeah, that was actually really well done. You can definitely tell a very 80s cover for sure. It's just the two men are freaking me out. Like I get why they're on the cover. I like because of who they represent, but they're just weirding me out. It's also because I think it's almost like doll-like. Like they're so porcelain skinned. It's freaking me out. I don't know. Anyways, let's see here. Oh, I see Vanessa's here too. Hi, Vanessa. Hope you're doing well. Sims and Dragons. Reading 2 books right now. Voyager, Outlander 3. And then, let me see here. Queen Emma and Queen Edith. Research for a novel you're writing. Oh, that's awesome. Best of luck with writing that. I also see that Bia's here. Hi, Bia. You're going to read Christie's Murder of Roger Ackroyd. You know what? You're not the only one. I don't know if you know. I'm sure you do. But Danny's reading Murder of Roger Ackroyd as well this month. So you guys might have to chat. Maybe not buddy read, because I'm sure life is really busy for you guys, but you would have to check in with each other because you guys are reading it the same month. Good morning. Keep Me by Sarah Kate. Amazing. Sounds great. Constant battle between wanting to catch up on classics I've never read, wanting to read the latest buzzy books. Yeah, I know what you mean. And that's why it's always so tough we buy books, right? We're so excited about them, classics, or even new releases, but then more new releases come out, and then suddenly the book that you bought not that long ago, it's just not catching your attention anymore. And I've actually done a really great job unintentionally of reading a lot of, and these aren't classics. I recognize they're still very, very new books. But I've been reading a lot of books in like the 2010s. Like published in like 2017, 2018. And it just feels very random to me because usually I am someone who gets very caught up in newer releases. So usually I'm reading books from the year before because I'm not picking up like the newest stuff. But I think I am getting better. Moth, I love The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. Oh, you studied it for A-level English Lit? I love whenever I hear someone mentioning that they ended up studying Agatha Christie. That is very cool. Good morning, Danny. I was just talking about you. If you look above, you can see that we were talking about Roger Ackroyd because I know that you're reading it this month. Oh, and then Cogs says, I've only read 2 Agatha Christie's ever. Seven Dials was one of them. Well, that's so crazy that you say that because, like I said, I'm going to be reading Seven Dials within the month. It was supposed to be our only Christie in the book club pick for the Manor last month, and then life just got really crazy. I was not the only one who suddenly realized I didn't read our book club book. So we don't have our live discussion until next Saturday, I think. So I've got time, but I gotta read it. So that's quite funny and interesting because I don't think Seven Dials is like a common choice for Agatha Christie's canon. I could be wrong, but I don't think too many people, if they've only read a couple, I don't think that's the one that they would mention. And then reading The Second Lie for buzzword reading. Actually, a couple people are reading. Oh wait, maybe that's you, Colleen. I just realized because for those who don't know, in the TBRathon Discord, we do have like a weekend chat, and I just realized I was like, someone else is reading for Buzzword, and I was like, oh wait, that's Colleen, the same person. So funny. I'm excited too, Danny. I hope that you enjoy it. I think it's really fun. I know that it's not the best like character work by Agatha Christie. Some people have said that it's not really rereadable because you're not that attached to people. But I am. I like the cast of characters. I find it interesting. So I hope that you guys all like it, those of you who haven't read it yet. So yeah. And then Iserla, hello. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for hanging out. But yes, the plan today is for us to do a longer sprinting session. I'm not fully sure how long I'm going to go, but if you've been here before, usually for TBRathon weekend, I'll have 2 sessions. So I'll go for 4 hours one day, 4 hours another. And because it's, Easter weekend and I know people are quite busy, I figured let's just do one day, give everyone Sunday off, or obviously for those who have a lot of family plans, it's not really a day off. So I was like, I'm not going to bother you guys on Sunday. And so we're just going to do a longer sprinting session today. And I'm mainly going to be on screen reading Brat Fairer. That's my plan. And we're going to go like every other for sprints 45 to an hour because my attention span is not here today. So this morning I'm going to go for 45, and then maybe the second sprint we can go for an hour, something like that. Ooh, I've always been Christie curious. Oh, I really like that. That's so fun. Found Seven Dials in a free box. So became one of my first. That's usually, you just kind of find a secondhand. That's the other nice thing, especially with classics and those who are prolific writers. You can usually find any of their books for like maybe $1 or $2 somewhere. So it's not a huge investment as well, just to try them out. Reading Death Overdue, a haunted library murder mystery. I did see that Brianna also mentioned that, sent a picture in the Discord for those who are interested checking it out. Danny, I have been surprised by how many people are currently reading it at my library. Yeah, it's probably due to the anniversary. So Murder of Roger Ackroyd was first published in 1926, and so it is crazily enough, hitting its 100th anniversary this year. It's also quite interesting because it's the same year that Agatha Christie had her 11-day disappearance. Probably not the best thing to be paired together because I think it was a dark time in Agatha Christie's life, but it's really interesting. So this coming December is the 100th anniversary of her disappearance. So kind of crazy how that works. And maybe that also speaks to why Murder of Roger Ackroyd is one of her most talked about books in her canon because of when it came out. So anyway, very interesting. And yes, good question about my blanket. So it's in a precarious position right now because I'm currently doing my final border. So probably, you know what I can do? I can like finagle it so it's nice and secure. I'll step back and show you guys how big it is. So thank you, Rachel, for asking. And I will, I'll maybe see if I can, because I've got the audiobook for Brat Fairer as well. So maybe when I need a break, I can crochet and then you guys can see what it's looking like. It's so close to the end. It's so, so close. I just have to do one more border and then I'm done. Pretty good at shelf control. What's a good punishment to deter someone, maybe you, from requesting more books on NetGalley? Honestly, so for me, my NetGalley is not that I'm not that good at that. I will say that I think my NetGalley percentage is at something like 76%, 77% right now, which I'm pretty proud of. With that said, I have like 18 books that are, I'm keeping it at 1 page. I'm not allowed to request and get a book that makes me on NetGalley where it says like go to page 2. That's where I prevent myself. So that's all. That's the only tip. Oh, but for a punishment, I don't like punishments. Other people in the chat, feel free to give Vanessa punishments. But I'm not a person who likes punishments. My goal every year is to read every book that I buy, and not once have I given myself a punishment. And every time I've failed, if that wasn't clear. So don't ask me for punishments, my friend. Don't ask me for punishments. And then good morning, more. Hello, everyone who just joined. I see that Brittany is here. We just talked about Brittany. She is currently hosting private sprints. She's got a great Patreon. If you're interested, check it out. Land of Fairy Tales for my fantasy lovers out there. But thanks for saying hi, friend. I know that you're juggling a lot of stuff this morning as well. Anyway, we just hit 15. Oh, I clearly need to be punished. I have 240 unread. I didn't know that that was possible. Oh my gosh, that is wild. Yeah, friends in the comments, give her some suggestions for punishments, because I will say this might be a rare occasion where yeah, we need maybe a punishment or two to get you on track, my friend. I hate to say it, but it does sound like it's gotten out of control. But yeah, so let me get us on a sprint so we can stay focused. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I have it set for 45. Yeah, I've got it set for 45, and then we can always switch to an hour after this first sprint. I just kind of want to get us settled. Okay, I will see everybody in 45 minutes. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. How was that sprint for you? I ended up reading, I think, two and a half chapters. I feel pretty confident. I might be able to finish the book during these sprints. I'm not going to pressure myself, but if I end up continuing to enjoy it, I will. I'm really, really liking it. But what I wanted to do before we got into things, let me show you guys this blanket that I'm working on. Most of you have seen the progress of it, but I want to show it in its glory. So the last thing I've done is include this. Do you see this green border? Okay, there's a lot of blankets going on, so I'm going to put this blanket off. Da, 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 da. Yay! Okay. And the thing is, it's like way longer. Oh my gosh. Let me inch my way closer. So yeah, it's ginormous. And I'm slowly working on it. Ooh, I see lots of progress. 55%, 45%, City of Gods and Monsters, amazing. No worries. A handful of people came quote unquote late. You're on time for your own schedule. Don't worry. I am seeing that. Ooh, 98 pages. Holy moly, 20 pages. 3 chapters down. Amazing. And yeah, thanks everybody. And this is, for those who don't know, this is my first major crochet project. I did one Woobles pack, and then I was like, I want to learn how to granny square. And then the rest is history. So yeah, thanks friends. Actually ahead on your map of stories plans, very nice, Bethany. Ooh, and then you are working on Brittany's Timmy's prompt. Because I'm pretty sure Brittany has her readathon this weekend as well. Or maybe it's just ongoing. I know that she has a monthly readathon for patrons too. But yeah, thanks friends. Thanks Danny. Yeah, everyone's comments are really nice. I promise I'm not trying to show my blanket all the time because you guys always end up hyping me up. But it does make me feel good. So thank you, friends. Ooh, okay, let's see. Going to give it a little more, but you might be DNFing these familiar walls. Listen, friends, we got to DNF. We got to do it if you're comfortable. Some people are completionists, and I fully understand. Ooh, I see a mention of Whose Body by Dorothy L. Sayers. That is a good one for Map of Stories for Austin Abbey. Dorothy L. Sayers is another Golden Age author. I'm not sure if that's your first Dorothy L. Sayers. It was mine. And every book I've read since, I've actually enjoyed more by her, just so you know, in case that ends up not really working out for you. I see 3 chapters of Children of Memory for Danny, and she's confused. This section's really confusing. For those who don't know, Children of Memory is the 3rd book in the Children of Time series. Let me put the blanket down. I keep wanting to, let me put it down. Okay, now I can actually focus on the comments. I was like, I need to set this down, but I also don't want to miss reacting to people. So here we are. Okay, it's your first Dorothy L. Sayers. But yeah, so Children of Memory, we're at a point where it is very confusing. We're getting different perspectives, and the concepts of what's going on are what? It's really cool though. So yeah, thanks. I see Hannah proud of me for actually finishing the blanket, and it has taken me quite a long time. Oh, Bethany calling me a natural. That's really nice of you. I really enjoy it. I know that that's obviously really important when you're doing a new hobby, is if you find yourself being like, oh my gosh, this is a chore. Either it could be you're just not used to it, but I feel like I have immediately jumped on the bandwagon. I really like doing it because I feel like I like doing things with my hands. So yeah, I'm really glad that it's worked out because I've always wanted to do it. It's just one of those things where, man, if I had started earlier in life, how many things would I have crocheted? But better late than never. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Get used to it. That's the main emotion with Children of Memory, but it will make sense. Yeah, I mean, it's really cool. I'm really enjoying the perspectives. And we're all having a great time with it. It's a lot. Oh, at least I'm immersed in what the characters are going through. Yeah. The thing is, the characters are just as confused. They're like, what the heck is happening? And so it's quite fun. Just got Whose Body. Hangman's Holiday was my first. Yeah, I think I can't remember why. You know what it is? It's probably because She Done It was reading it, and that's that's who I work for, that podcast. And so when they read it, that was my first ever Dorothy L. Sayers. And since I read Gaudy Night, and then I read Clouds of Witness, as well as, what was the last one I just read by her? Why can't I remember it? Nine Tailors. I just read Nine Tailors this past winter, actually. So, yeah, and I think Gaudy Night's my favorite. But then I think after that, I'm torn between Clouds of Witness and Nine Tailors. Ooh, also checked my Storygraph. Started Mysterious Affair Styles, oh my gosh, in 2022, and then finished Curtain today, 4 years later. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Mysterious Affair Styles is so good. I think it's a really impressive debut from Agatha Christie, actually. Very cool seeing the progress on the blanket. Thanks. Yeah, it's been really fun to show you all, because you've kind of been participating as I've been slowly making little squares and things and then putting them all together. We'll be reading the Thursday Murder Club. Very nice. I think quite a few people, there at least one other person is reading that too, Levy. So that's pretty cool. You're not late to crochet, Leandra. Exactly. I'm on my own schedule. You know what, Ellen? Just as I told everyone else, if they say they're late to sprints, they're not. They're on time. I'm on time for crocheting. There we go. That's what we have to remind ourselves. We're on our own schedule for sure. Moth has Children of Time on your TBR this month. It's really good. It's not for everyone. It's one of those things where depending on how sci-fi you like things, but I think it's quite digestible, actually. It's definitely the most digestible in the series so far. And it's my current favorite. We'll see what happens with Children of Memory, but for now, Children of Time is my favorite. Let's see. Today is the youngest I'll ever be. Yeah. And then tomorrow. Yeah. From this moment on, this is the youngest I'll be. That's true. But all of the wisdom, all of the years to come. So, there's not everything to do with being young. Doing some fluffy reads before I dive, pun intended, into the Drowning Deep. Oh my gosh, Bronwyn. Into the Drowning Deep is so good. It's really, really fun. Speaking of sci-fi, but also horror as well. It's a chonky read. And actually, unintentionally, Bronwyn, this is a lovely segue into something that I wanted to bring up today. Our fantasy. How many people are participating in it? If you're not participating, don't worry, don't feel the pressure to do so, but that has been something in my mind, and I know for a fact that Into the Drowning Deep, it 100% counts for the cat squasher prompt. So for those who are looking for that might be an option for you. Already so many characters and 7 dials. Louisina, I saw that you shared that character list with the caveat that there may be spoilers within, to be careful, but I appreciate it. What did we say? Well, how many did Megan say? How many people are in that book? Because 7 Dials has a huge character list. Plan on reading The Murder at the Vicarage for Map of Stories this month. Yes, Deborah. Amazing. That is one of my favorites. That's probably the Agatha Christie I've reread the most. Just because I find the characters really nostalgic at this point. Hangman's Holiday, I know as Busman's Honeymoon. Oh yeah, and it's my favorite. So Busman's Honeymoon, I need to read more with the Harriet vein, because that's Lord Peter Wimsey's love interest later in the series, and I really loved her in Gaudy Night. Ooh, excited for our fantasy. Gonna attempt it this year. Yesy Surla. Just finished setting up the TBR. Wonderful quorum. Yeah, I'm really excited. Doing our fantasy, set my books yesterday. Quite a few people. Yeah, because obviously for those who don't know, it just went live. It just was announced on the 1st. So that's why a lot of people in the last couple of days have just set up their TBR. Speaking of mermaid books, has anyone heard of Year of the Mer? It comes out this month. I have my eye on it. Do I don't, have you told me? You've probably told me about this book, or I saw it in your anticipated releases video, Danny, and I completely missed it. Bia, already have plans for this year's Our Fantasy Bingo. Yes, very exciting. Confused about the prompts, but I'll figure it out. And you can always ask. I was actually thinking during these sprints of kind of sharing the bingo challenge in the TBRathon Discord, and then people can kind of talk, and it can be a space where maybe people give each other recommendations. Because I also know that Reddit can be a bit confusing for people. This girl is one of those who are confused by it, and it's hard to navigate if you don't really know. So if you want support, maybe we can do that in the TBRathon Discord as well. So yeah, just so you know. And then, ate breakfast, got coffee. I will say, actually, so I've been up since 6 a.m. That was not my intention. That was not my plan this Saturday morning. But I did plan on, I planned on waking up early, but not that early. And so I'm definitely going to need an afternoon coffee is what I'm trying to say. So that sounds great. That sounds delicious. Books and Lala had Year of Myrrh in her anticipated books for the month. Just really like the title. Danny and Books and Lala. They're on the same page. We have talked about it. I was going to say it was a while ago because I was like, that's familiar. And yet I don't have any inkling about it. But yeah, no, that actually sounds great. I'm really, so we might have to look into it. Is it, Danny, is it horror or is it like fantasy that may have dark elements, or is it just legit a mermaid fantasy book? Either way, it sounds really interesting. But I feel like I like killer mermaids specifically. Isn't that very weird that I'm like, ooh, I want mermaids that you probably won't survive. Maybe it's just because Into the Drowning Deep was really fun in that way. But yeah, that's what's interesting to me. But yeah, so I'll be sure during this sprint, the next sprint, I'll share the Reddit link for those who just don't know how to find it. I'll have that in the TBRathon Discord, and then also in a couple hours. I don't know if this is the best plan because I don't really know how the algorithm works, but I do plan on announcing my own Our Fantasy bingo card. So I'll let you guys know when it goes live in case you're interested in it. But like I said, no pressure for those who aren't who are like, oh, Our Fantasy, absolutely not. We also have 1 million bingo cards in the last year, so I'm sure you're already doing a year-long challenge that's related to some type of bingo. It's a lot. And then, when's my Ask Me Anything? Yeah, that's a good question. So in my community tab, I did have a post not long ago saying, hey, ask me whatever you want. I'm probably going to do an introducing me video just because I've never actually done that. And I realized it's probably overdue. I was wondering if I should wait until I get closer to another milestone. So I think I mentioned 8K, which I'm not that far from, but when you think about it, it's far enough where it might not happen that soon. But I'm thinking maybe in another month or two, whether I hit that milestone or not. I probably won't because that's quite soon. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So thank you if you did ask me some questions. I kind of been looking through them, but I'll be sure to make sure I do that video sooner rather than later so people don't forget that they asked a question, because I also recognize that it's kind of like, what the heck is going on? I asked that, what if I do it 6 months later? Sounds like dark fantasy, dark, bloody epic fantasy horror mix. Okay, all of that sounds great, actually. That sounds amazing. Reimagining of The Little Mermaid. So it's also kind of a retelling, reimagining, fairy tale-esque. Wow, this sounds like it's going to appeal to a lot of people, actually. This sprint will be shower, food, cleaning for BFF visit. Amazing. That sounds great, Sam. And then TBR spring cleaning, checking it off. Yeah, I haven't done anything for TBR spring cleaning yet. It's because I'm on hold for my Dinosaur Sanctuary Volume 7, because I really wanted to start in the manga graphic novel room, but I might have to start in another room while I wait for it, because I didn't plan it very well. It says I've got a couple weeks wait, so I think I'm going to have to do something else, but yeah, lovely. Ooh, sorry to hear that, Luisina. Is Luisina not feeling well? Oh, you woke up at 8, also didn't mean to. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Luisina, you've been so chatty. Feel free to not talk in the chat if you're not feeling well. Everyone's welcome to lurk. There's no need to participate, especially if you're not feeling well. So hopefully, yeah, take care of yourselves. Weather fluctuations. Yeah, I think about a week or two ago, there were different variables, but I think that the heavy weather fluctuations caused my migraine, and it was not a good time. So I understand not feeling well. I hope that the chat is making you kind of be able to relax and hang out, though. But yeah, on that note, actually, so while we have less than a minute to go, I'm going to change this next sprint to be 60 minutes, as I promised. I didn't forget this time, because I usually do. And then we will go for an hour just to kind of switch things up. And I might switch us back to 45 after that as a little bit of a treat, because we're kind of asking ourselves to concentrate for a little bit longer than we did before. Yeah, distraction helps for sure. That is true. Sometimes the last thing you want to do is just be still and not have anything to distract you from how you're feeling. So I fully understand that. Hello, Elizabeth. Welcome. Just in time. We're about to go into another sprint. And only be able here for one sprint. Perfect. So then, okay, let's get started. And then you can at least take. Oh, you're leaving. What's going on? Let me read your full comment. Let me see here. I'll catch some from someone later. Sounds great. More people will be sprinting, I'm sure. Thanks for being here, even if it was only one sprint. I'm glad I started so early so you could take advantage of it. Okay, I'll see everybody in an hour. everyone. Welcome back. Good morning to the many people who've just joined. Oh my goodness. Wait. Reading North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell. I've read a short story by Elizabeth Gaskell a couple years ago, and I really enjoyed it. I need to get back to her writing, but I see that you're reading Northanger Abbey. Oh my goodness. That is currently my favorite Jane Austen. I feel as though we've been talking a lot of classics lately because we were just talking about Sayers and Christie in the last. So I promise this doesn't have to only be about classics, but I have to say that Northanger Abbey so far is my favorite Austen. But I'm very excited because I was recently gifted Persuasion, and so that's going to be the next one I read actually. Let's see, how did people do? Hello, Leela. How are you? Or Lila. You're going to have to let me know which one because I always forget the pronunciation. And then ready to read some Cinder. That is a title that enough people who have my taste have enjoyed that have made me want to try it for sure. Let's see, 59% in The Fisherman. Hey, Pow, I see that you're here. I hope you're having a great day. Finished chapter 9. Great, Louisina. Started Rhythm of War by Brandon Sanderson. Very nice. There is a Brandon Sanderson on my R Fantasy board. I feel like I'm slowly giving things away to you guys. Gotta wait for the video. The video's gonna come out soon. But that is one I need to read. Hello, Bree. And look what I'm wearing, Bree. I'm wearing the amazing readathon, the little ghosty one. You can see, where is it? Right there. For those who don't know, the amazing readathon is another readathon hosted by Bree for Pause in a Book, which is amazing. Highly recommended. It's coming back in June, so keep an eye out for that. Did decide to DNF These Familiar Walls. Smart. You gotta do what you gotta do. Good morning, Ash. Oh, I also see that Danny is here. Dutch Danny, by the way. A different Danny. Hello, friend. Good to see you. Let's see, just finished my book, so I've got to find my next read. Ooh, spinner wheel for your blog. Very exciting. Very cool, Brie. Yes, it's a classic design as well. Yeah, and I mean, really good quality. I feel like I wear these shirts quite a bit, and so they go through so many washes, and yet it's still going strong, which is awesome. Reading a true crime called The Dark Heart. I've never heard of that. I hope that you're finding it thought-provoking, but obviously concerning. Whenever you're doing like true crime reading, it's one of those things where this is very interesting, but it's obviously crazy to think that that's how dark humanity can be. So yeah, very interesting. Let's see, moved from The Ferryman to his wife to Sanctuary, Alona Andrews. I've also placed an Alona Andrews on my R Fantasy bingo card. Anyway, excited to do Tar. Yes, the amazing readathon again. Oh, for the first time. Yes, I love to see, because I've done it every single year, actually, ever since Bree started. And I recall the first year, I think I was on Red Team, because it was colors. And then I was on Team Spooky with Lexi, who's also going to be having a readathon coming out soon. Escape the Readathon is coming back. And then what else? I think the following year, oh yes, we were the Team of Wisdom. We were the Lore Keepers. So yeah, every year I remember every single team I've been on, actually, which it's pretty fun. So obviously it's a very memorable, fun readathon. But anyways, did you color your hair? You know what? No. But you know what it is? I think it's by association. So I've got this blue around here, obviously, because I changed the color of the background every month. So we're back to blue, but also I'm wearing this, which I think is like a really nice, like dark bluish gray. And then I've got my pillows there. So it really is, it's just black. My hair is just black, but I do think that there's like a bit of a bluish shine to it. So you're not wrong, but I didn't. Isn't that kind of crazy? Because I have been looking at it today, and I'm like, why did my hair dry differently? And I think it's just a perfect storm of like all of the bluish things that are around me. Yes, I'm very excited to show my bingo card. I'm pretty proud. I will say, not to gas myself up a little bit and like get you guys too excited for the video, I've changed things up in the way I approach it, and I'm really fun for that. I'm really happy with the concept. I think it's going to be really fun. So yeah, looking forward to showing it to you guys. Let's see. Ooh, plan on going to a bonfire tonight. Oh, that sounds so fun. That's like peak summer stuff, like getting into spring, summer, finally being able to be out at night and enjoy the like summerish air. I know it's not summer yet. We've just gotten into spring, but that sounds really fun. And let's see, happy reading from Dreamland. Yes, go to bed. Those who, if it's a lot later for you, on the other side of the world, definitely feel free to go to sleep. Thanks for hanging out. TBRathon is my only readathon this year. Burnt out. I will say, yeah, like what's nice is I from what I can tell, I'm not gonna say anything because I don't really know anything, but I know that Bree is once again kind of doing more of a, hey, I'm looking out for you guys. It's gonna be fun, but I'm not stressing you out. So I know that it's not gonna be a high stress readathon. But I also support people. Do what you can. Don't ask yourself to do more than that, because it's about being, having fun and everything. So I very much respect that. I've also pulled back as far as like which readathons I'm participating in fully and stuff like that too. Love your approach this year. Early access. Yes, because Bethany and a few others. I know that Lucina has like the eyeballs. A few people in the chat have early access who are part of my Patreon. And so they already know what the concept is. It should come out after this sprint. I think in the next sprint, I'll have it go live because early access ends at 12 o'clock. In about half an hour. And I don't want to like schedule it before someone's finished, hasn't finished the video, because I know that YouTube cuts you off. For those who don't know, as soon as a video gets scheduled, if it was unlisted, then suddenly you can't watch it. So I will wait, but my plan is to have it go live like 12:30, so exactly an hour from now. I'm very, very excited about it. Ended up having a snack, but also getting started on dinner. Very nice, Annika. Speaking of, so much later in the day, might miss the rest of this chatty bit and join you for the next one. Sounds good. All good, Annika. I hope that you have some delicious plans for, when you're getting dinner ready. And then focus on TBRathon and amazing readathon only. Everything else has to fit within them or I won't do it. Yeah. And like what's nice is I feel like more and more we're trying to lean into prompts that allow people to do different things, so then you can kind of participate in everything without feeling as though you have to only do this or that. And I definitely am glad that you are able to have TBRathon and Amazing Readathon when it comes up is going to be able to like be in your schedule. Anna did Amazing Readathon for the first time last year. I was on the chill, no rules team. Very fun to be included. Yeah, I still think that it was such a great addition. For those who don't know, last year Amazing Readathon was a competitive readathon, so there were different teams, but there was essentially the cheerleader team. And it was really fun because people still got to participate in the prompts and, do a bunch of stuff, but also, if their TBR went off the rails or they decided to mood read, they could still kind of participate in the excitement without stressing themselves out, because that's the last thing we want anyone to feel. Let's see. Squeezing in a few chill weekend. Oh yeah, week-long readathons. Yes, and actually that's kind of where I'm coming from with TBRathon, being year-long. I'm kind of like, let's do weekend events, no stress. And so, yeah, that's pretty much where I was coming from this year too. Danny made some late breakfast, continue to work on my R fantasy board. Very exciting. Yeah, Danny, you're going to have to let me know how it ended up looking. The Vibes team will be back. Breaking news, everyone. You heard it here first. Probably not, because I'm sure Bree's said it elsewhere in her own Patreon. Because if you want, early access to things and extra info, Bree has her own Patreon. Highly recommended that you be a part of it. But yeah, very exciting. And then the chill option for Amazing Readathon, indeed. And Danny has confirmed there will indeed be a video. Participate in 2 other monthly readathons that take place in May, June, and September, and are organized by a Chilean booktuber, bookstagrammer. Interesting. That's awesome. Bethany did an R fantasy board in 2026, and half the fun was. Do you mean? Oh, you did do one for 20. I'm talking about you in the past. You did one for 2026 this year. Half the fun was making it fit my TBR for the year. I was about 85% successful. That is awesome. Yeah, the board is really interesting this year. I think that it's quite accessible across genres, for the most part. And I will say hard mode is hard. I feel like last year's hard mode wasn't as hard compared to this hard mode, but maybe it's dependent on you as a reader, right? It's very subjective, but I think that last year's hard mode, it wasn't actually that hard for me to do. And so that's why I was like, oh, I can do hard mode. And then this year I was like, I will tell you guys this, I'm not doing hard mode. I'm doing something different. I'm not doing hard mode. We did design bookmarks live in my Patreon. Yeah, I will say I got a little bit of a sneak peek there, and oh, I can't wait for you guys to see what the bookmarks look like. They are awesome. And they're not even done yet, but they already look awesome. In Germany, there is, Osterfeuer, Easter bonfire, but I haven't been, to one since I've been like 15-ish. Just so much for me. It's still cold outside, way too many people. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, in theory, a bonfire is really fun, but it also can get a bit out of hand, especially if it's like a huge celebration, and parties can obviously be like very like overstimulated and everything. I really like the trans non-binary square. Really looking forward to exploring that space more for sure. And on top of that, the fact that, so many other people are going to be making boards and they share it online, it's getting the word out there that those protagonists do exist and we can read other stories because, and I'm hoping that, once in a while you'll find a square where like everyone is definitely doing the same prompt. I feel like last year Biopunk was like that, where like a lot of people were doing, I mean, I'm not complaining. A lot of people were doing Robert Jackson Bennett, The Tainted Cup. There were so many other options too, but I know that if you were going to lean to fantasy, that was an option. But I feel like there's a lot of prompts that allow you to branch out. Because even with that, like trans non-binary, essentially, like there's so many different types of stories that you could feature with that element. And so it's not like someone's going to be like pigeonholing one specific prompt. So I'm excited for it. And then, not focusing on hard mode this our fantasy. Absolutely not. No, more power to those who are, though. I can't wait to see the people who want to tackle that. But it looks really tough, in my opinion. Gave myself a stipulation for my board that is making it harder. Definitely not doing the official hard mode. Yes, indeed. See, and that's what's fun. We can kind of make our own versions of hard mode. And that's kind of what I ended up doing in my own way. Not even trying for hard mode. Even Luisina was like, didn't even look at them. Like, I'm not even looking at the hard mode. Let's see, for one of the squares. Because the other thing too is like, I'm probably doing some of the squares as hard mode, but others, I like not intentionally, they just happen to fit. Because my TBR was set before the board, the challenge of fitting it was enough. Yeah, that in itself. You created your own version of hard mode, Bethany. Kate always tempted to go for hard mode, but hate the hard mode for one of the squares, so abandoned that. Yeah. So it's always kind of like there's one that you're like, LOL, that's not, nope, not gonna do that hard mode, never mind. If you read Romantasy, R.L. Daviner writes trans and non-binary main characters. That is an awesome shout. Thank you, Bree. Especially because, like, when it comes to, I think, like, I'm not as familiar with romantasy, fantasy romance, but I'm sure that I think that obviously with romance in general, it's really nice when you can find queer perspectives and that type of thing. So that's awesome. Trying to make a very fast, very early lunch before the next sprint. Can't rush pasta though. Yeah, pasta's like, I beg your pardon. This is a science. You cannot rush me. Still have to run errands, but I'd rather be reading. I'm sorry. You can read soon, I'm sure. Duologies are like that too. Oh yeah, and even the duologies prompt is quite interesting. Not to give anything away. I know it's been out for a few days, but I feel badly that I don't want to be spoiling it if people haven't looked. But the duologies one surprised me. I liked that prompt a lot, actually. Hard mode all the way. Good for you, Deb. Oh my gosh. You like a challenge. I'm so excited for you. That's awesome. Because it's going to be a challenge, I think, for a lot of people. Did look at the board, was like, who did Leandra and Danny pay off? Yes! Murder mystery, non-human, older protagonist. I will say there were so many that I was like, Is someone listening to what I like? I will say though, there's a couple that I'm like, oh, never mind. Game Changer's not my favorite. I know some people are really excited about that one, and then Cat Squasher is certainly out of my comfort zone. But especially the murder mystery and the non-human, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm swimming in options. So yeah, but on that note, friends, I'm going to send us into another sprint. And actually, so I can time it right, I'm going to switch it back to 45. I'm actually impressed with myself that I'm remembering to do this because I rarely do. I did see, did someone mention the 900 pages? Yes, the hard mode for Cat Squasher is 900 pages. And I'm like, holy moly, absolutely insane. So yeah, anywho, okay, I will send us into another sprint. Ooh, what readathon is this? So I can look it up. Oh yeah. So my readathon is TBRathon, but if you're asking what we're talking about, it's our fantasy. If you just Google our fantasy bingo card 2026, it should pop up. Or if you're a part of the TBRathon Discord, I put it in the general chat, that link too. So yeah, there's different ways you can find it. So okay. Anyways, I will send you guys on a sprint, and I'll see you when we get back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Good morning and welcome to those who joined. Quite a few people have arrived during that sprint. I tried to wave. It's probably really distracting to those who stay and have the screen up while you're reading, and you just see the movement of me waving. But I like to greet people when they arrive as silently as I can. I already see some updates. So, and also thank you. I am continuing the kind of wine red border around the blanket, and I've decided to do a double half crochet around, and I'm pretty happy with how it's looking. It's really smoothing out the border because it was a little bit bumpy when I was putting all of the crochet granny squares together. So that's basically what I was doing while I was finishing. I'm so close to finishing this book. I switched to just audio toward the end so I could do some crocheting. Look, this is how close I am. I've got maybe 30 pages left, and I'm really liking it. Like, it's really good. For those who don't know, Josephine Tey is a Golden Age mystery author, and I've just fallen in love with her. I ended up reading Franchise Affair last month, loved it, and now I'm reading Brat Farrer, and I'm like, I'm really liking it. So yeah, it's great. It's been awesome. I'm really excited. I'm kind of nervous for the end. I'm hoping it ends the way I want it to, but we'll see. Anyways, I see that Jen is, finished Agnes O'Bear. So first book done for Our Fantasy. We were just talking about Our Fantasy, and good morning, Jen, by the way. And then you're a quick Earl Stanley Gardner book. I still have never actually read anything by Earl Stanley Gardner, which is kind of insane. I don't know why that's the case. And Solar, I'm glad you're reading Automatic Noodle. That's also a really great book, actually, for those who want kind of a cozy sci-fi feel. Peak Tulip. Really? Oh my gosh, that's amazing, going to the tulip farm. I do love tulips. They're really beautiful, actually. Louisina, currently chapter 14, 82% into Mockingjay for Anna. Amazing. Kate got sidetracked thinking about Our Fantasy. It happens. Listen, that's how I've been for the past couple days. So I totally understand. Research rabbit hole for Laurel. That's awesome. Glad you're enjoying that. Raven's here. Hello, Raven. And Jacqueline joined, reading Children of Time, by the way, which I absolutely adore. Okay. In the corners. Okay, let me see if I can understand this. Okay, so half double crochet, half double crochet, or 3 half double crochets. Is that what the HDC is? Because I was also thinking, I didn't know if I should do okay, maybe I understand that. And then is it like two single crochets or 2 chains? That's what it is. C is chain, isn't it? I think that might be what you're saying. I'm still learning all of the letters and the meanings, but that makes sense if I'm understanding what you're saying. Because that's what I was thinking. I'm getting close to my first corner, and I'm like, I'm doing this in a different way because it's not the same, obviously, as like a granny square corner. So anyway, so yeah, that makes sense. I see Japanese Gothic in the comments. That has really been making its rounds, obviously, because I think it just came out. I'm pretty sure Aardvark made it one of their books for the month. I could be wrong. You're going to start it, so you haven't started it yet. You'll have to let us know what you think. And I see more people are making progress. I see a finished book, picking your next one, Ash. That's awesome. Making progress in Labyrinth's Heart. For those who are interested, Julie recently just posted her most recent vlog for the month, and it included the second book, Liar's Knot, in the Mask of Mirrors series. And she also got a really good deal from Pango Books on those 3. So that's awesome. Really looking forward to Japanese Gothic. Yeah, I've really heard, I haven't heard anyone has read it and enjoyed it. I'm not saying that, but there's a lot of hype and anticipation of the book. So I'm wondering how that goes. Let's see, got a chapter into Northanger Abbey while pretending to clean for guests coming for lunch, being like, yeah, I'm getting ready, I'm cleaning, but I'm mostly reading. Ellen continued editing a video, hoping to be done soon so I can switch to reading. Yes, sounds good. Editing, it's got to be done. When we're recording, editing, doing all that stuff, unfortunately, it's got to be done. That's me tomorrow. I'm going to be recording and editing tomorrow, unfortunately. So that's why I'm just enjoying reading all day. And then caught the chatty bits this time. Yay, Bree. Missed the last couple. Oh, taking your dog for a walk. I hope it's been really nice weather. Here it's supposed to be, I'm speaking in Fahrenheit. I have to say that. I mean, it'll be obvious when you hear the number, but it's supposed to be a high of 82 today, which is honestly so hot. It's the hottest day I think that we've had in my area, so it's going to be wild. So it's hilarious too that I'm having like a nice hot cup of coffee as I'm, crocheting the heaviest, warmest blanket because I didn't finish it in time to actually enjoy it during winter. So, hilarious that that's going on. So Natalie, excited for Molka too. Yeah, someone else was reading Molka in the comments as well. So I'd love to hear an update if someone wants to. I can't remember who was reading it. Oh, Annika! Annika, you finished Molka. Definitely a 5-star. This is what happens when I'm like jumping comments. Hate to say it, but I don't think this will be for everyone. The language and the subject matter might be a deal breaker for many. That's an interesting thing when we don't really know exactly what it's regarding. Do you think so? Are you thinking that people who liked The Eyes Are the Best Part, they're not guaranteed to like Molka? Or is it something, I hate to ask you more, but yeah, I'm wondering what's going on there. It was an aardvark pick. Okay, I'm glad that people are confirming because I was like, I think I saw it being highlighted as one, but I wasn't sure. Ordering yarn for your next sweater. Oh my gosh, Carissa, that sounds great. Also, a lovable reader is also someone I like to shout who's very creative and does all of the knitting, crocheting, that kind of stuff. And I'm just learning how to do it. Cozy blankets have no season. You're right. They are all season. That's for sure. Especially because I'm not gonna lie, I do live in a place where I like to have the AC on, so I do kind of make it colder for myself. So I do take advantage of that luxury. Okay, yes, half double crochet, chain, half double crochet, or 3 double crochet on the last border round. Okay, if the corner is a little big. Okay. Because I'm like, okay, what am I? I figured that makes sense. And then, of course, I said crochet, but I got the chain. I'm proud of myself that I like corrected it because I was like, single crochet, what's that called? It's called a chain. Same here, high of 82, but got the walk-in before it got too hot. Yeah, I feel as though we're getting to the time of year where for those who do go for walks or hikes or whatever outdoors, even gardening, it probably should be something you try to do in the morning or later in the early evening, taking advantage of maybe like 4, 5, 6 p.m. because, man, the middle of the day, couldn't find me there. Wouldn't be me. Want to get back to crochet, less reading with my eyes and more with my ears is needed. Also for gardening. Yes. Join me, Bethany. It's so fun. Honestly, if my fingers would allow it, because I'm trying to allow myself breaks, I would be crocheting all the time, but it really does like work the finger muscles. And then gardening, I respect the gardener. I love like gardens in general, botanical gardens, all that kind of stuff, but I'm not a gardener. I have no green thumb to speak of, unfortunately, which is terrible because I grew up with parents who like, it was a big thing to finally go off and like get all the mulch and do all of the various garden beds surrounding our property. And I used to like it. I think when I was younger, I like to put the mulch out, but I'm not really a gardener. I distinctly remember like the truck bed just being filled with mulch for the year. And that's kind of my participation. I had a garden myself, but my mom definitely took care of it. It was mine in name and I didn't really do much for it. Do you have an idea for your next crochet project? That's a good question. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out myself. Oh, you know what? We'll see if you guys can hold me to it. I've told the manor this. I want to make myself some apartment socks. I know it's not a real thing, but I was like, I would really like to try to learn how to like make a sock, like clothing. And I don't think I would really wear them about. So basically they would be just for my apartment. So I can just like walk around the floors and it would be a nice, like I can use like really soft or like chunky yarn. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I think I'm going to make myself some apartment socks. I just have to find a pattern that will actually work for me because I'm not the I'm not the strongest crocheter yet as far as remembering the terminology. I definitely rely on videos as well. I don't think I could really like read a pattern just yet, like on its own. I need the visual to see what's going on there. But yeah, just learning to garden. It's an adventure, really. Because Bethany, I feel like from what I can tell, I imagine you are like the green thumb. But maybe it's just because of Brittany saying how like awesome it is to hear you talking about your own garden growing and stuff like that. So maybe that's why I have that in my mind. Doing a mix of flowers and vegetables. See that? I really like I love flowers, but I love the practicality of vegetables and like fruit, of like, like growing your own vegetables. There's one person that I follow on YouTube actually, and I'm kind of worried that if I open this up, it's gonna like make a noise. Okay, it didn't. What's his name? I wonder if I can find who he is. There he is. He's called Gerald Stratford. He's like this really sweet elderly man. His is at Gerald's Veg. I feel like he's very, very sweet. So anyway, this is a very random thing that I'm sharing with you all right now. I recognize that it has nothing to do with, reading or anything like that, but he's if you are looking for some really like wholesome content, even if you have no interest in gardening or doing anything on your own like that, it's like he's very, very sweet. Like I said, I'm someone who I have not owned a plant in many a year, and yeah, I love watching his stuff. So anyway, he will put a smile on your face. He's very, very sweet. So anyways, let me get back to the stuff. Chunky house socks are the best. That's what I'm thinking. I feel like that sounds like a really nice thing for me to like, make. And then and you know what? I've got the foot in front of me. I've got my feet, so I can like measure. I have the mold right in front of me, so I don't think it'd be that hard. So that's quite nice. Versus also like a sweater being around me. That's maybe a long-term goal too. Cabin socks are a thing. Crazy Sock Lady YouTube channel would be good for that. Okay, she is mainly a knitting channel. Okay, because I am only learning how to crochet at the moment. I respect the knitter though. I found Gerald on IG. Yeah, no, he's so not like honestly, friends, you gotta go check him out. Like he's very, very sweet. But okay, actually, I gotta be better about this. And so let me also make a move to self-promote. No one has to watch this. Let me say that first and foremost. Nobody's got to go do this, especially because like when we jump into the next sprint, if you want to use the hour to how long did we go this time? I think we went for 45 minutes. Yeah, okay, I'll switch it to an hour. But when we get back, if you guys just want to read or do whatever you want, go for it. I am going to share my most recent video in case you guys are interested. It is for our fantasy, but I can't emphasize enough. Don't feel obligated to watch it if you're not interested. No worries if you just want to like keep doing your own thing and being productive, especially those who just joined because you haven't been here for hours being productive. You're like, I don't have time. So fully understand. Anyway, let's see here. Don't know if there's a crochet equivalent, but there is a magic spiral sock pattern. I mean, that sounds awesome. That sounds very cool. I would love it. There's so many creative people that I'm sure that there are many patterns that people have adapted for a different type of thing. So I could see someone looking at a knitting pattern and being like, let me make this accessible for crocheters and back and forth. So I feel like that actually probably is true. Annika, guys, my puppy is giving me the side eye because I keep moving around while I'm cooking. Is it because your puppy's like, could she possibly be giving me a little treat? Is that why? Or is your pup like, why is this woman moving around? Like, I need her to sit still because she's distracting me. It could be a side eye if you're like, depending on the type of cooker you are, if you're like running around and making noise, your pup could also be like, lady, this is my time to relax. What are you doing? An hour, please. Okay, great. Yeah, I'll definitely switch to an hour. So that is perfect. Let me see here. 60 minutes. Okay, and that shouldn't affect our timer. Okay, perfect. She'll watch later after sprint. Yeah, no worries. That's what I'm saying. Like, please, the focus is TBRathon. Let's be productive. There's no need to watch unless you need a break, honestly. Like, that is probably where we're going here. But yeah, Okay, friends, I am going to get us settled for another sprint. Like I said, we're going to go for an hour, and I'll see you guys when we get back. Happy reading, happy productivity. If you're going to go out and like garden or go for a walk, I hope you enjoy yourselves, and happy eating. Make sure you're eating if you haven't. I'm probably going to have a snack this sprint as well. Okay, I will see you guys when we get back. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I know some people went off for dinner, for sleep, or they've just arrived. But I hope that everyone had another good hour. Let me know what you ended up getting up to. My TBR video finally exporting. Yay, Bia. Just started your Our Fantasy video. Oh, Bia, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. 2 boards. That's right. I decided to create 2 TBRs. It ended up being kind of a happy accident. I made one and then I was inspired, so I made another, and I'm really excited about it actually. But Celestial Monsters is my pick for Trans MC2. Oh my gosh! But yeah, maybe we can. The thing is, we do have to see if we could coordinate. And I don't know how busy you are, and I don't know when I'm gonna read it. I might be reading it decently soon. If I was gonna suggest a buddy read, but I don't know if I can commit to that, and I don't know if you can. We'll just have to talk. We'll have to talk about it once we read it. But yeah, Mindy made some progress in Brigands and Bread Knives. Very nice. No, it was not the last sprint. I've got 9 more minutes in my book, and so we'll go for another one. And I plan to go. I just want to be done by 3 p.m. my time, so we have another hour and a half. So we'll go for one more. So yeah, I'm glad you asked. Muting me for a second. Sounds good. Finish the work call, Annika, and also Tennille's here, so perfect excuse to go for one more sprint so that she can enjoy it. Louisine is back from lunch. Got some reading journals done. Very nice. What else? Joined it during the sprint. Read a couple chapters. Awesome, Ellie. What else is going on with everybody? Still haven't done any reading. Hey, Virginia, that's okay. You're playing Animal Crossing? Go for it. I am so jealous. I've told the Manor that I'm so tempted because I think you can only play Animal Crossing on Switch, and I'm like, gosh, do I need to buy a Switch? Because I'm very jealous. So yeah, I hope you have a great time. Ooh, Julie switched books during that sprint, started laundry, started food to take to family gathering tomorrow. Sounds great. Looking up local in-person book clubs. Julia, that sounds fun. Getting out of my comfort zone. Going in person, I know, it's asking a different amount of us. A little bit more energy, a little bit more socializing, that kind of thing. New people. I see Bree forgot you had sprints up and was just over here editing. You're like, what Leandra's suddenly in my home? What is going on? That's happened to me before too. Continued my alchemy research. Awesome. Got to 127 in Wildfire, 3 chapters in Burn the Negative. Great. Currently reading An Unkindness of Ghosts. Oh, who is that by? Minchowski, because I feel like who is that by? I feel like I've heard someone talking about that book recently. 50% mark for Nellie. Amazing. 29 pages of nothing special. Wonderful. Also, Meg, I saw that you joined during that sprint. Glad to see you. Made it to, ooh, my goodness. You are reading a chonky, The Divine Comedy. Yep, well, that would explain it. Oh my goodness. Good for you. Had dinner. You had dinner with your family, then got back to reading. Awesome, Lenny. Feels good getting out of a reading slump. I know. Listen, I feel as though this time of year, a lot of people have been in reading slumps. Maybe it's been a long first part of the year, but I do think that more people than typical, I think, are having some hard times reading. So I totally understand that. I'm glad you're getting out of it, though. Yeah, FOMO is expensive. Oh, yeah, so you don't need a Switch. Do I not? For Animal Crossing, or is it more like Leandra, as fun as Animal Crossing is, don't get a Switch. Because it is expensive. That's the thing that's been my hesitance. Just got a Switch 2, so I'm setting it up. Going to start Animal Crossing. It just seems so fun. Your 6-year-old was just introduced to Animal Crossing. She's having so much fun. Yeah, Bethany. I feel like it's for all ages. What else? Might be able to get a Switch for cheaper. That's true. I could get something secondhand or refurbished if I so choose. I'm not sold on it yet, but I'm thinking about it. This is also what happens is I think about a purchase for at least a year before I even pull the trigger on it. I don't even, like, my computer, As someone who's worked remotely for many years at this point, I don't know, like 5, something like that, 4 or 5. It's not many, is it? It's a few. I finally ended up like getting a computer set up. It took me forever to finally do it. So 5,000 hours. That's what I'm saying. People love Animal Crossing. They still do. They really enjoy it. So I don't know. I can enjoy vicariously watching other people play Animal Crossing for the time being. We'll see if I change my mind. But I will say, so like I said before, so I've been crocheting, switched to audio, and at this point, I think I must be on the last chapter. I've got 9 minutes left. Things are just like kind of wrapping up, and I'm very excited. Like honestly, I think this is gonna be a 5-star. It was so good. So that means this author has given me 2 5-stars this year. I just really enjoyed it. For those who don't know, Brat Farrer, this is kind of a reimagining of a true crime case known as the Tichborne case or the Tichborne claimant. And this is the second time I've read a book by Josephine Tey that is inspired by a classic true crime. The Franchise Affair is inspired by the kidnapping of Elizabeth Canning, which I believe was that in the 18th century? I can't remember. It might have been 19th century, but she sets it after World War II. So I don't know. It's really interesting. Like I really appreciated this, and I loved the perspective. The character that we follow is Brat Farrer himself, and I don't know. I really enjoyed it. It was really great. So yeah, highly recommended for those who, if you're still looking for a classic for various reasons, or maybe Red Herring Harbor, because that's the mystery. I'm only thinking in mind of Map of Stories because that's currently where I am. My brain is. But yeah. Loved Singing Sands. This is the thing. Is so now I have my sights on reading more by Tey, and Singing Sands, I haven't read that. So I've read Brat Farrer, I've read Franchise Affair, and then my first experience was The Man in the Queue, which is the first Alan Grant mystery. And I remember I liked it. But I 4 stars. It was strong, but I didn't really think much about reading more by her. And now I'm like, oh my goodness. Yeah, it's really good. I think it's really well written. I've enjoyed it. And the audiobook is well done too, for those who are audiobook listeners for this one, if you can access it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I got distracted telling you guys about my own reading. Let me see what you have been talking about in the comments. Just did some Scotch darning to patch up a pair of leggings while listening to Freezing Up. Very nice. Actually don't like Animal Crossing that much, which feels like a crime. Susie! That's okay. I'm with you on feeling badly when there's an activity or like a certain game that people are obsessed with, and you're just kind of like, this is not my favorites. So yeah, no worries. Finally, the windy weather has stopped. Wonderful, Louise. But it will get dark soon, so it's too late to go out and do garden work. Oh no, tomorrow's another day. Not sure how busy your Sunday is going to be, so maybe that's not really in the cards. It's always tough when there are certain things you want to do that's outside and on the weekend, because the weekend goes by so quickly, and if bad weather prevents it, you're like, so I guess I'm waiting another 7 days. Hopefully the week goes by quickly. Made progress on the John Green audiobook. Right, Raven, I think you were reading that audiobook, the Anthropocene, I think I saw you mention. During the next sprint, Jacqueline will be doing a donation center run, then driving home. Wonderful. Great to hear that you're, doing donations. I'm sure other people, families will appreciate whatever you're donating. And then never even got Animal Crossing because it feels like, wouldn't enjoy it. Yeah, not always a game. I like games with endings. That's an interesting concept. This idea of like wanting a game that's finality, not this kind of ongoing open world situation. Yeah, you probably don't like Sims either then, I would imagine. Also struggled with Animal Crossing. Oh my gosh, I feel like we're having people admit things. that they've been holding close and quietly. That's so funny. Absolutely not even interested in Animal Crossing either, but my husband plays with the kids. Wonderful. Liked Animal Crossing, didn't love it. Wow. Okay, this makes me feel better. A little less FOMO. I still would love to play the game eventually to try it, but I think that kind of shows that there's no guarantee that I will love it. So I'm glad I haven't, jumped the gun and bought it too quickly. I like people games, D&D, terraforming Mars, villains. Oh, sure. Yeah. I can understand that too. I also do like, board games, that type of thing as well. In general, I mean, D&D, I'm sure that there are video games that are D&D-esque, but yeah, those are really fun too. Did like Sims. Used to just create a sim. See, that's the other thing is so with Sims, I love creating like a new family or a new sim with a bunch of goals. And I've always wanted to be that person who makes like multi-generational, like I stick with a family forever. But I also always kind of get bored very quickly. And then I like want to start anew. So then, yeah. Made my own endings. Ooh, creative. I like that. Very nice. But yeah, so on that note, friends, the plan is for us to go for one more sprint. I'm trying to see here. We will probably only go for 45 just to kind of keep consistent with the fact that I've been going every other. I also want to let you guys know this is the only session of TBRathon Sprints that I'm hosting this week or weekend, only because it's Easter weekend and I didn't really think about it when I first was like, oh, first weekend of every month. That is easy. But then, of course, sometimes there are holidays during the first weekend of a month. And so I just decided to do a longer session today, hence why. How many sprints have we even gone for? I don't even remember. We've been going for quite some time. We're almost hitting 5 hours right now. So I think we've gone for like maybe 4 sprints. And usually I kind of wrap it up by 3. And we're going to go for 5, I think, total. So yeah, just so you guys know, this is going to be the end. However, Discord sprints are always available. So feel free to take advantage of the Discord on Sunday for those who aren't busy doing Easter stuff. And sounds good, Bree. Thanks for being here. Have fun with your Patreon sprints. I hope you have a good time. Best of luck continuing being productive. But let me see. You've got a few more minutes. So let me see what else everyone else is saying. Love Sims. Haven't played in years. I also go up and down where I'll suddenly become obsessed and I'll play for too long. I'm trying to get better too because I'll binge game where I'll game for like 3-4 hours and then I suddenly like am exhausted. So I'm trying to remind myself, just like with reading, you can read for an hour and then you know what? You can do something else. You can game for an hour and then you can do something else. You can crochet for an hour and then do something else. You don't have to do something for like a million hours. So Jacqueline, yeah, I'd blink, 5 hours would pass. That's the other, you almost need to like remind yourself to have like a timer. Like sometimes I'll put a timer down and I'll be like, okay, as soon as that timer goes off, I'm not gaming anymore because life does pass you by for sure. Cannot game for just an hour. I know that it's tough. I've had to like train myself to do that. But I see that Cindy finished the Dark Lord's Guide to Dating and Other War Crimes, started Weaving Shaw. You're another person who's mentioned Weaving Shaw at the beginning of sprints. So this is many hours ago. Someone was reading Weaving Shaw as well. So that's very exciting. And then you have the first book of the Murderbot Diaries. I hope you like it. I'm not sure if anyone else is excited for the 8th book, but I'm officially ready. I've reread and then caught up in the series all last month in March. And now I'm officially ready to read book 8. I'm very excited about it. Yahoo! Like that in general, though, I'd rather read for 2-3. That's true. You have mentioned that you're not really someone who, like sprints is kind of the only time that you are good with kind of reading in small increments. I actually remember that about you. Gonna head out. Sounds good, Beck. Thanks for being here. So glad I was able to make it for Sprint Day. Me too. Yeah, enjoy your nap. Yeah, a lot of people were able to come out today. I was really pleased to see because it was kind of, I feel like with only one session, I always feel badly. I'm worried that not enough people are going to be able to take advantage. So yeah, thanks for being here. Enjoy your nap. Resisting throwing away my responsibilities to play Cult of the Lamb. That's another one that I want to play because I've heard really good things about it. So I understand, Julie. Started Murderbot this month. Hannah! It is so good. It's so fun. Murderbot's growth as a character is so good. The side characters, the found family, it's all really great. But okay, I think I'm going to switch us over to our 45-minute sprint. Remember, this is the last one, but no worries sticking around if you are kind of like, okay, I've been here since the beginning. I'm tired. Then feel free. Don't stay to the end. All good. For those of you who are, though, I'm going to be seeing you very soon. See you in 45. Let's end strong. I'm going to finish my book. I'll see you guys on the other side. Hello, welcome back, everybody. Those who made it to the final sprint. I know that we had Reading and Writing Life as well as Crystal join right at the end. I welcomed you guys, but it was our last sprint. Feel free to rewatch or go off into the world. I'm sure there are other people who are sprinting this weekend. One, because a lot of people are off thanks to the holiday, but I'm not sure who is. So if anyone else knows in the comments, feel free to share a couple people's names, their channels, so then we know who to send people towards. But I finished my book and it was so good. Oh my gosh. It did go by really quickly, especially after you do an hour-long sprint. Whenever we got to a 45, I feel as though time passed really fast, which was kind of nice because I felt like I was, like, oh my gosh, look how much progress I'm making. But it is shorter. That took forever. Just got off my work call. Oh my gosh, that did take forever. 2 accidents. Oh my goodness. That is terrifying. That's terrible. Terrible to hear about the accidents and everything going on. Annika, oh my goodness. I'm really sorry to hear that. So yeah, I hope that you're able to do what you can from your position, but that really is terrible. Mindy has not very much left in Brigands and Bread Nights. You're going to finish it today if you're that's your goal. Tennille is close to finishing 2 books, going to work on those for the remainder of the afternoon. Wonderful. Kate finally got some reading in. Yay! Ancillary Mercy. I didn't comment on that before, but I love that you're just like kind of binging the series. That's awesome. Kelsey, hello, friend. For those who are interested, Kelsey is going to be posting, I believe tomorrow, the next installment in our 5-star reading project. The book we read was Best Offer Wins. So if that's a title that you're interested in seeing what we think, definitely check out her channel. Doing a final watch through of the YouTube video. Oh my gosh, I was already talking about it. Wonderful. Perfect. Yeah, so if people are interested, be sure to check that out. It's a fun series that we do periodically. I see more progress, 3 chapters, 2 chapters, 93%. Oh my gosh, Pete, you're so close. Julia got a few chapters into Agnes O'Bear. What are you thinking of it so far? That's a new release. For those who don't know, it's the newest book by Heather Fawcett, the same author of Emily Wilde and a handful of middle grade books as well. That is actually our read for April for Not Reading for Content, the podcast that I host with Danny. That's linked below if you guys are interested in joining that book club, at least for just for April, we're reading it. So you don't really have to hang out with us beyond that if you're not interested. Spent the sprint doing my least favorite part of sewing, ironing. Cindy, sad I missed the majority of the sprints today, but you know what? That's okay. The lovely thing is, because it's a year-long event, there's always the first weekend of the next month, which is actually May, because I know my months, I know my order, and that's actually going to be the 2nd and the 3rd. So be sure to put it on your calendars now, friends, if you want to participate in that. And I think I'll be back to having 2 sessions. In fact, you all know my friend, Katie, I Would Rather Be Reading. She and I talked about her joining me, but today was just a little bit too chaotic. I didn't really fully know how to handle that with OBS. And so I'm hoping to have her join me next month. So yeah, if you guys are looking forward to me finally having a guest on, she was happy to be the guinea pig. So very exciting about that. A nap first for Louisina. Smart. Yeah. For those of you who, were here and awake and hanging out with me for nearly 6 hours, if you decide you want a nap now, I think that you've earned it. I really do. Just got up to chapter 5. So still super early. It's cute so far. Yes. It's very cozy. It's a cozy fantasy romance for those interested. I'm trying to like keep my thoughts like as like baseline as possible because I don't want to give anything away. So if it sounds like I'm very neutral, it's because that's my intention, just so you guys know. So I'm trying not to give away whether I loved it or hated it or something in between. And then 60 pages into Whose Body. Really liking it, but this type of super British language is a bit hard to follow for me sometimes. Yeah, it's super British. And I know that Lord Peter is viewed as being quite kind of snobbish and like very literary, academic, intellectual language, not as accessible compared to other golden age mystery detectives, like compared to say Poirot, Marple, anything by Marjorie Allingham or Niall Marsh, those kind of authors. I feel like Sayers is often critiqued for being, a bit highbrow, I think it's described. And I think that she was also like, she was working things out in Who's Body. So I feel like it's even more present in that book, actually. And it's also so short that there's not as much plot to distract you from it. Anyway, so I very much understand how you feel about it. My children have decided it would be absolutely hilarious if my husband drove us into the middle of town, forced me to navigate back home without directions or help. Why? How did this conversation spur where they were like, let's make Jacqueline have a challenge? That's crazy. That's so funny. Especially after you said that you're going to be making a delicious meal for them all, for everyone tomorrow. They better be careful. Because if you're the chef, you're the one making that delicious rack of lamb and everything, they better be watching themselves. That's what I'm going to say. But yeah, I'm also someone who I feel as though I'm good at direction. Like I know how to get somewhere. But if you asked me the street name of every single turn, that's where I have difficulty, whether it might be my hometown or this location that I've lived in for a handful of years now. Like I know how to get everywhere, but whenever someone says, oh yeah, like on this street, I'm like, right, what? Like what is that street called again? And then I'll be like, oh, okay. So I'm really bad at street names, but I'm good at directions of like where to go as far as like landmarks and that kind of thing. Hello, Teresa. Just got back from running my errands. I want to let you know that we are wrapping up. You can still hang out with us. We can keep chatting. But I just want to warn you that unfortunately we won't be sprinting any further. But it's always good to see your face in the chat. I hope that errands went well, especially getting them done in the lead up to Easter, if that's what you're doing, maybe some last minute grocery shopping. I know that was mentioned earlier, that the grocery store wasn't as busy as expected. Because I'm crap at navigation would get us lost. Yeah, and they would just be mom. At least they would be with you. Actually, that'd be quite funny if they're just happy to like see where you take them and you're not like alone. That would be very fun. That would be a fun little family adventure, actually. Took a reading break to clean the fridge. Ooh, that is a good chore. Like that's a good cleaning task that, we don't really think about. I should do that. I feel like it's been a little while since I've done that, actually. Michelle, gonna go watch your new video. Thank you. Have been trying to finish Fantasy Bingo for the past 2 years. Haven't been able to, so I admire you very much for doing 2 whole bingos. Yes, I feel like I've like made it really fun though, where it's gonna be like piecemealing it. You know what I did say? I very much lucked out. I want to say at least 75% of all the boards, of the 2 boards together, so 50 books. I want to say that at least like 35, 40, I was already hoping to read in the next year anyway. So I think I just really lucked out on the board's prompts, not the hard mode ones, but like in general. So yeah, but anyway, I hope you have fun watching it. Thanks so much for doing that and supporting me. The introduction in my copy was very interesting, said that she was living in an unfurnished 1-room apartment, wanted to live a luxury lifestyle through Lord Peter. Yes, and actually, so there's a She Done It episode that Caroline did. This was before I started working for the podcast. I think it's called A Room of One's Own. Which is obviously like the Virginia Woolf play on. Yeah, so it's called A Room of One's Own. She does mention Virginia Woolf obviously in it, but she is also highlighting how Dorothy Sayers and other women writers of the time were essentially kind of like living in their own like very small apartment trying to succeed in one way or another. So that might be something you're interested in if you're interested in She Done It. It's a very short episode. So yeah, if you can find it on your apps. I'm not trying to press it on you, but it sounds like it'd be something you'd be interested in because you're reading Whose Body. Horrible with directions. Pretty sure it's because of my ADHD. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. And then thanks for being here, Hannah. Glad that you got to hang out with us. Made lots of progress on your Our Fantasy TBR. Wonderful. Sprint started before I woke up, so it's all good. I know I did. I started early. So like for me, it was 9 a.m. So that means for like Pacific time, it was 6 a.m. I was not expecting. I was like, half the United States is not going to be hanging out. Half of like North America, I should say, or even just South America, all of them. It's like you guys are going to hopefully be sleeping in while I'm getting going. There's always the crafting sprints. Yes, Cindy, that's right. Yes, exactly. So I'll be seeing you in, just a matter of days. All good. My husband is out shopping. Oh, and also, please feel free to share pictures of your crafts and stuff in the Discord as well. My husband is out shopping. We did a good job eating things this week, so it's nice and empty right now. You're like, perfect time. That's another part of being tricky, is making sure that it's empty enough where you don't want to do it right after a grocery run. That's for sure. The benefit of getting a new fridge earlier this year, don't need to clean it. You're like, haha, it's still nice and new and lovely. Yeah, no, enjoy it, Julia. Gonna try again this year. Hopefully third time's the charm. Yes, Michelle. And you know what? No harm done if you don't end up accomplishing it. That's what's really nice. And I think that a good amount of people nowadays with any type of year-long challenge, we're trying to get better about. It's just fun. And I think actually Louisina had mentioned in the Manor Discord that like a majority of the fun is making the TBR. Like it's fun to read the books and to like have a satisfaction of a job well done, of something, finished. But like making the TBR is so fun. So like it's obviously worth it no matter what to do it every year, just because you get to kind of like have your brain challenged with the prompts and stuff of coming up with books. Yes, definitely check it out if you're interested in that episode, because that's the immediate one I thought of. I think I'm more excited about my picks for this year's Our Fantasy. So I think I might actually be more inclined. That is definitely a factor, like you being excited about the books. And also, I will say that I would like to think that I will keep my boards the way I made them. But last year, part of my accomplishment, the reason why I got a blackout board, is because I want to say probably only 7-8 books that I set, like I only kept like 7 or 8 books. I think most of them I ended up switching out during the year when I found something else I was excited to read that fit the prompt. So I'm definitely not telling myself these are the only books I'm allowed to read for that square. If something else catches my eye and I realize it fits, a quick swap may happen. I'm telling you that right now. So yeah, definitely focusing on the books that you're excited to read. Just double checked, managed to get 15 books off my physical TBR. Amazing. I think I counted, and across the 2 boards, more than half. I think I got like 20, 28 or 29, again, across the 2 books. So like actually, same pace as you, 15 per board. So yeah, that was pretty exciting too. Great with landmarks, terrible with street names. Literally, that's the same as me, Teresa. Always point the direction I mean. Yes. Or like I'm kind of like, okay, you turn left at this store or something like that. Or even like mileage. Like I can say like, oh, in a handful of miles, you turn left, or in 15 minutes. I think that's another very North American thing where we say, oh, it's a 30-minute drive, rather than saying, oh, it's like 20 miles. That's another thing I know that is very different compared to where you live, talking in distance versus like time traveled. So anyway, let's see where else. I agree. Part of the fun and challenge is filling out the TBR. Yeah, it's really fun to do that. I think I enjoy that the most, is what's really exciting about it. Might have to go back, watch sprints so I can keep myself on track. Yeah, no, please do. We were really good. I think other people who are still here can say that we got to chatting, we had a good time, but every time about the 15-minute mark, we switched over and did a sprint. And so I'm really proud. If people want to rewatch these, they are rewatchable, because you will get a good amount done. So a mood reader. So love these year-long challenges, because I can shop the prompts for what I'm reading versus picking books to fit the prompts, ending up in a slump. Yeah, it gives you a long time to go through various moods. That is true. The longer the challenge, obviously it's asking you to, put on your endurance pants and dedicate yourself to a longer challenge. But on the flip side, it gives you more time, and you can take your time with it, wait until the mood hits, and then you can, make progress versus say like a week long or a month long, something that's very short. You just got to hope that you're in the mood to read those books because, oh well, if not, you're missing your opportunity. I swear in Portland, we don't do miles. People say miles, and I'm like, yeah, that tells me nothing. You're like, okay, how long will it take me to get there? How about that? It definitely, unless I'm running there, or walking, then I can calculate how long it'll take me by miles. But I'm like, if I'm driving, you're not giving me any information. Yeah. Thanks for being here, Naomi. Glad that you could make it. Glad that everyone could make it. Thank you so much. I hope that you had a good time. I appreciate that you still show up every month because I'm not really sprinting that often publicly anymore, only for TBRathon. And so, on these events that the morning of or the day of, I'm always like, I wonder who's going to show up. I'm wondering if people are going to hang out with me, and you guys always show up. So I really do appreciate you. And I hope to see you next month in May. Like I said, it's going to be the first full weekend of May. We should be back to the schedule of 2 sessions unless I feel in the mood to do a longer session like I did today. But yeah, this was really fun. I got a lot of progress done. I finished my book. We got to talking about our fantasy, and we talked about a lot of non-bookish things, which I also can count on you guys to do. So it kind of allows us the break we need in between sprints. So yeah, and happy Easter to everyone. Whether you are spending time with family, spending time on your own, being able to recharge, because sometimes that's exactly what we need, or if you happen to be participating in any type of religious celebrations, I hope that you're able to do so. And yeah, thank you all so much. I really do appreciate you guys, and I will see you next time. Bye, everybody.